Testing, testing. You got it? Testing, can you hear? Okay. Anything? Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I'm just saying that when we get him, he's out there in the bar.
Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Is there a motion to come out of
Hello?
closed meeting?
Yeah,
So
I can
moved.
hear you.
All right, thank, are you on dais?
No,
Are we just in limbo?
we're in limbo.
Can you hear me
All
now?
right, great. I guess they're coming to sign us in.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on.
And we quick on the
Oh, there.
draw this time.
Okay, we can hear you.
And there they are.
Yes. All right. Is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So moved.
Okay.
Second. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes,
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Certification.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion, discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes. All right, we have a work session this evening, Mr. Ward.
Apparently not.
It's work session.
Oh, it's a work session.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have two work sessions. The first one is a request for a vacation of a portion of an alley between 2000 Day Street and 105 North 21st Avenue. The applicant is a Ms. Teresa Curtis, and she's requested the vacation of this undeveloped portion of the alley. It's between subparcel 0310065 and 0310120. The approximate square footage of the right-of-way is 600 square feet. Again, the size of the area to be vacated is 600 square feet. It's located in Ward 1. It does comply with comprehensive plan and the urban residential land use. This area is zoned R2 residential medium density, and when the vacated portion is added to the parcel, it will create a new parcel at 7,200 square feet. Just because it started with a public hearing at the Planning Commission, this is for your information that the department placed a sign on the property that includes case number and development office contact information, so that interested persons can contact the city department for information. We also notified 10 adjacent property owners via mail. And this city did receive one comment from a neighbor who does not support the application. I believe I included that in your packet. Planning Commission originally heard this application at their initial public hearing, and it was tabled at that time to give the applicant an opportunity to seek vacation of the entire alley. If I back up a little bit, and show you that map, you can see the neighboring two properties. There is a right-of-way there between those two, and the Planning Commission asked that the applicant seek for the full vacation of that portion of the alley. The applicants did make a good faith effort to do that and were unsuccessful. They could not get the neighbors to agree to vacate that portion. So the Planning Commission, based on that good faith effort, decided to go ahead and approve or recommend approval of the vacation of this portion of the alley. They voted 3-0. And that is the end of this presentation. The applicants are here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the council? Anyone online have any questions? Let's see. No.
No? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving on to work session item number 2. This is a conditional use permit application. It relates to a non-contiguous parcel, parcel number 0750140. The request is to construct a single-family home on each of the separate portions of this non-contiguous, non-conforming lot in the R3 district. The minimum lot size in R3 for single-family construction is a 50-foot wide lot with a minimum total square footage of 5,000 square feet. In this particular instance, the corner lot is 50 feet wide, but is only 3,750 square feet, and the interior lot is 52 feet wide and only 3,120 square feet. That's what makes them non-conforming. The applicant, the applicant does apologize. They're not here this evening to take any questions. They had an emergency, would not be able to be here. This is the house that they are proposing to construct on each of these two parcels. It would be the same house on the two parcels. It's a 2-story, 1,297 square foot home, and it will meet all the district setbacks. When conducting a survey of this neighborhood, I actually looked at 55 total surrounding properties. I'll go through the summary table in a couple of slides, but this is just to give you an idea of what the houses in the immediate area look like. At 2302 Courthouse Road, which is just down the street from the parcel in question, this is a 1-story, 1,151 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and then next door to it is a 1-story, 669 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. Down the street, going the other way on Courthouse Road, at 2200 Courthouse, again, a 1-story, 637 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And at 2202, another 1-story, 950 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. When conducting the survey of the 55 surrounding homes, the average year built was 1969. The number of bedrooms was 3. The number of stories, 83% of them were 1-story homes and 17% are 2-story homes. The siding or the exterior material, 52% vinyl, 24% masonite, 12% brick, and the remaining 12% were stucco or some form of asbestos siding, wood, or concrete block. The average square foot of these 55 surrounding homes is 1,092. So just for comparison's sake, let me back up here. The proposed house is going to be a two-story, 1,297 square foot home. It's going to be one of the larger homes in the neighborhood. Or actually, both of these will be the larger homes in the neighborhood. The exterior materials on the proposed homes would be similar. When considering a conditional use permit, council must take into consideration the following 7 items. You all are probably quite familiar with these, as you have heard this before, so I won't go through each one of them. Planning Commission did determine a vote of recommendation at 3-0 that the application does meet all the considerations outlined in Article 21 of the Hopewell Ordinance, and they do recommend approval of this conditional use permit with the following conditions. Number 1, and this is more of a legal matter, it would be that a new parcel number needs to be assigned to lots 7 and 8. Number 2 would be include brick veneer to cover all 4 foundations sides. Number 3 would be to include cement board, wood composite, or vinyl siding on all 4 sides. And item 4 would be to construct a covered front stoop. The applicants were also in agreement with all 4 of these conditions and did not have any issue with that. That is the end of this particular presentation, so I'm available for any questions you may have about this one. And again, the applicants apologize they could not be here tonight.
Okay. Any questions? I don't
Yeah.
see Vice Mayor Parton and then Councilor Pelham.
I know, Mr. Ward, that you said the applicants aren't here. Will you ask them if they would be willing to include, or be willing to accept some overhang around the house in order to divert water from the foundation? And also, because this is new construction, and I believe the GIS picture that you showed the area is currently a wooded area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. It's completely wooded.
Okay. Would you also be willing to see if they would be willing to do about a 20% tree canopy in order to reduce the stormwater impact to the neighborhood? Because I also believe that neighborhood is one that experiences some stormwater issues as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Councilor Pelham?
I was gonna say, when you go back to the planning commission, can y'all, the first item that Vice Mayor mentioned, make that as a permanent requirement for new construction? I don't know what the feeling of overall council is, but I would like to vote on that somehow, because we do it, I was gonna say the same thing. That's a requirement we're gonna put on every cup,
We
on
have to
every
get with-
conditional use permit. We may as well integrate it into all the requirements, is my feeling. So somehow, some kind of way we need to do that. I don't know
Is that
how.
something you can work with this city attorney with, in coming up with a
Yes,
And
and,
city manager, yeah, and city and
city manager,
city
excuse me,
attorney
yes.
and
with the
Mayor,
planning commission. No, we'll come up with the verbiage to add it permanently to make it one of the conditions.
certainly. And Mayor, if I'm remembering correctly, at the last council meeting, you requested maybe a joint session where between planning commission and council where these types of items. I would appreciate if that could occur, being new and learning what it is you all would like to see as conditions going forth. I think the planning commission is very interested in knowing that as well. So if items like required overhangs on houses that are seeking conditional use permit, we can just, that's going to be the standard. We're going to go forward with that, and then whatever other conditions may apply on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and also look at the fact with what he mentioned with the drainage and the, in future building, also look with drainage, curbing and whatever, so that, because some of these houses are being built, and I know on several, more than several, many of the streets in Ward 6, the curbing just stops right in the middle of the street. And that's because some houses were built, didn't have the requirement to put curbing, and others did, and it's so jagged. It looks horrible, and it doesn't do anything. It makes drainage, of course, worse. So that could be placed on the agenda as well, especially for all these infill homes that are being built, and no one's considering the drainage just coming off the water that's going to be flowing into people's yards and creating other drainage issues throughout.
Yes, ma'am, I've added that to the list.
So with that being said, it would be a good idea to have a joint meeting. And not only with that, we can come up with a committee or an advisory board, because there's a lot of intricate details in this that happens, right?
Yes,
We have to look at the code, we have to look at EPA, we have to look at everything as a whole. So once we start the conversation with the planning commission, we can start determining which direction we'll go, yeah?
And-
Which
yes.
vehicle we'll take to get where we want to be.
right.
Okay.
And they are very interested in knowing where you all would like to see this.
Yeah.
And,
And I'm afraid if we just go ahead and just update something, we might be missing something else, or we might not be doing it to policy or anything. So let's just put that in the books, looking forward, have a joint meeting, start that conversation, and have that goal, yeah? Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ward. Moving on to our regular meeting, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Counselor Holloway? Vice Mayor Parton?
Here.
Counselor Gore?
Here.
Counselor Denton?
Here.
Counselor Pelham?
Here.
Mayor Bennett?
Here.
Counselor Randolph?
Here.
Okay. We'll have the prayer, Reverend Tuck. Thank you for joining us. Have the prayer, and then the Pledge of Allegiance by Counselor Gore.
Shall we bow our heads? Most gracious and eternal Father, we thank you for your abiding presence over our city of Hopewell. We thank you, Lord, for our members of City Council, and we pray, Lord, for their courage, for their confidence, Lord, and for a spirit of working together. We pray, Lord, for respecting one another, a spirit of courtesy, Lord, and that the works of their hands will bring glory to your name. And finally, Lord, we pray your blessings upon our city officials and our city servants, our police, our schools, and those who come to work. We thank you, Father, for these are the works of your hands, and we praise you. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to adopt or amend the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Second.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham? Counselor Pelham?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
All right, motion passes.
All right, is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Terry?
Good evening, council. I'd like to present to you the financial report for the month ending 8/31, August. And in this report that's dated 9/13 today, we'll cover the financial compliance and reporting section, section 1, which includes schools and an updated implementation plan, city and school progress reports. We'll go through the operation and assignment, which is section 3, and the budget, where we are with that, and the internal reporting. I'd like for you all to turn to the section 1 tab that has city and schools external reporting and compliance. What I want to stress is that a lot of information came to us in August. One of the things, if you all recall, the treasurer came and presented that the reconciliation, that the goal of the treasurer's office was to have that done by August the 31st. And that did not take place. There are a lot of reasons for that. They're working diligently, so I don't want to even convey that idea. It's just that it's been difficult. So they've asked for a couple of weeks extension. And with that, I also had the additional information that we finally closed with the auditor. We now have an auditor record for 4 years with the commitment of helping us get current within the next 18 months. And then we had a series of other information come to us with schools that caused me to have to take a very hard look at what do we need to do, what perception, what change in methodology. So this new revised schedule that's revised as of August 31st is based on a methodology or a concept that's called 12 weeks a year. And I don't know whether anybody's familiar with that. It's used basically doing away with annualized. Everybody's familiar with we go a whole year and then we close out. It's based upon the fact that you run any project or you do any particular thing. 12 weeks equals 1 year, 1 week equals a month, and 1 day equals a week. So what you do with that is that everything that you do during that 12-week period is a priority. And with that, we've gone through and revised the schedule. So for 2019, cash reconciliation, we have updated to be completed by the end of September. And with the other areas that we normally cover, and we will over in what we call the closing reporting audit workflow, all of that information for both city and schools would need to be completed by November. The good news is this, is that we have a commitment from the auditor to make sure if we get all of the information in, that he will do his best to schedule his team to come in and make sure that they can complete that audit, both city and schools. And if we're on track and we have everything, then we're looking to issue in December. And when I say that, I need to rephrase what I mean by that. It is a must for us that we complete this audit and have it done by and out the door by December. So I'll get into a little bit more in detail what that means in terms of the 12-week program. But for those of you who may be familiar with some of the communications we're sending out, I am meeting with my accounting staff and my reporting staff. We're meeting with everyone this week. And when I will say everyone, we'll go through what we call the PBC. And under those areas, we're talking to individuals, one-on-one or two, and finding out exactly where they are and letting them know what we need and how we need it and when we need it, and exactly how we can get it done, and those who may not know how to do it, whether they need help or not. With that kind of focus, following every 2 or 3 days, we're going to know where we are by the end of next week, and then I can be able to work with the auditor very closely. So when you look at the schedule, it is based upon that 12-week year. And so 2019, we're projecting to be completed by the end of December 2022. 2020, we're projecting to be completed by March, or April would be issuance. 2021 to be completed by the end of May with issuance of the audit report in 23 of June. And then we're coming back in 2022. And we're looking at that being done. By now, we would have seasoned staff. We would have individuals who know what needs to get done, what needs to happen. So we're anticipating that we will be able to move a little bit more fluidly, if you will. So that's looking to be completed 2022 and issued in September. And still with every bit of effort and commitment from staff and also from every area of the schools that we have, we're still looking that we would be able to complete the 2023, June 30th of that year, and have that issued and committed and submitted by 2023 of December. If you turn over a couple of pages, we'll get very quickly. We normally post everything so that up on our website so everybody's familiar with the new schedule. But if we can go to section 2, I want to get very quickly into some detail. In section 2, we have something which we call the closing reporting audit workflow. And if you turn over to what is the table there, you can see that we are projecting now that we're approximately 55%, and the closing and reporting process consists of cash reconciliations, beginning balance analysis, year-end closing, and et cetera. The key I want to get to, if you will, is on attachment A. Under attachment A, talk a little bit more again in detail about the cash reconciliation. The good news is school has advised finance that their cash reconciliation with explanation for all variances for all 4 funds have been completed and forwarded to the Treasurer's Office for inclusion in their 2019 cash reconciliation. For those who do know, but maybe there are those that are listening that don't know, we don't consider the cash reconciliation completed until we have schools, and then it merges in with the overall citywide cash. And this was an issue back with 18, but schools have really stepped up, and the senior accountant there has really been tremendous in focusing on getting that done. The Treasurer's Office re-advised finance that the completion of the 2019 cash for city and schools has been revised to be completed September 15th, which is the next few days. We're keeping track of that. And the change in completion date is due to transition and support. And I believe when the treasurer and the Robert Half accountant, they explained to you that what they inherited was not in the best of shape, and there are a lot of issues that they had to address. So literally, they're doing a tough job, but they're working on it. They're committed. And the reason I know that, I met with them yesterday before today's meeting to go through the PBC schedule, and we talked again in detail in terms of what they are committed to do. A year-end closing process, the enterprise fund, the assistant finance director and staff completed fiscal year 2019, 2020, 2022, an analysis of the data integrated billing and collection and deposit as compared to the city bank statements and munis postings, and that is water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater. The water renewal staff was in that and meeting, and we have asked them to request a meeting to meet with finance and for us to be able to go over the analysis that we have gone through. What makes this important is that this had not been done. So we have gotten with the water renewal folk and my finance team, and we've pulled things out of the archives. We found things that we didn't know existed. And so we've brought those current, and we've worked with the water renewal staff. I'm jumping ahead of myself, but I want to make sure that this is a significant point for us under the closing process. Agreement with Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, I just indicated that that was closed, and so we now literally are live with them, and we got a lot more flexibility and input from them. The other item is, if you turn the page, is the it says pending the auditor issuance of their engagement letter to the city and to schools. Subsequently, there's something followed which is called prepared by client, known as a PBC list. It requests information for the audit. what we did as finance is that we prepared an internal preliminary PBC list to communicate to staff of anticipated formal requests that would be made by the auditor. The internal PBC prepared list was forwarded to the auditor, and we've had discussions about it. If you will look at the attachment B, 2 pages over, it's just really my email to the auditor, and the reason I wanted you all to have an understanding of this is that until he issues his actual formal, we took what he did for 2018 and took additional information that I know that probably will be required of us, and we went through and take that by category. And if you look at the PBC list, it's got a lot of finance, because we just basically have the responsibility. But then there's a chart that you all don't see, and maybe you will see later, but where to the side would either be 1 or 2 names. For example, it would be Michael Terry for trial balance. But in some of the areas, like in the treasurer's operation, it would be the treasurer, and it would be a member like my assistant finance director, which has been working closely with them. And then it'll be what's due, when it's due, and then, of course, the status. And with the 12-week year, we are looking at following up like every 2 or every 3 days to see where we are, that kind of thing. This was important for us to get this rollout, to get this going, because that gives us an idea where we have to go. Where schools was concerned, they're a little different in terms of they have different things that they have to deal with. But we did put something in here with the auditor to let him know, and also with schools, that they can follow what they had for 2018. I added additional things because I have the ability to do that for the city because I'm aware of it. But anyway, the bottom line is school is committed to go working on their 2018 PBC list. If we can go over to section, it would be section
What did he say? I can't hear.
Section 3
No.
is operation and assignment. In operation assignment, that's really an update on where we are and how we pay our bills, accounts payable. As you can see, the invoices, you can see the dollar amount, and what is going is pretty much consistent from month to month or cycle to cycle, be better. Payroll, that's payroll and the number of employees, and what's more important than anything is that we are current in all of our external reporting that's related to payroll. Attachment C, I have a footnote there. If you turn over to attachment C, I'll go through this very quickly. These are highlights related to my individual financial units that make up the finance department. In accounting, the accounting coordinated with the treasurer's office, information technology, water renewal, and other departments on timely and accurate accounting and recording of transactions and mutants, period. Also concluding a training and work session conducted by the assistant finance director with water renewal senior staff members regarding data integrated billings and collections and bank deposit and monthly analysis. This was important for us, this last statement, and I want to applaud the water renewal senior staff. Effective for 2023, they have assumed the responsibility of performing the monthly analysis, and this had literally fallen off the wheels probably around 16 or 15. So now we're current as far as the analysis goes, and they're picking up, making sure 2023. The key to this, though, is that we're focusing on this so that we can have an opportunity to have a clean opinion in the enterprise fund. So if it isn't obvious, that's exactly why I'm focusing on this with this group. Under the procurement and accounts payable, automated clearinghouse, electronic transfer, acronym normally you'll hear people say ACH or EFTs, program update. The finance department has taken on the task of transitioning our accounts payable vendors to ACH and EFT payment type vendors. This program will reduce the cost of printing and mailing checks. It'll minimize the return of city checks. And as of July 2022, the finance department has increased the amount of ACH and EFT vendors from 55 to 165. As every accounts payable check run, that we do is completed. A letter explaining the benefits of an ACH and EFT payments, and additionally, a form to return is placed and sent out. This new payment implementation has been widely received as you look at the number of increase since July to up to now, August 31st. And it's our ongoing hope or attempt that we will possibly have 100%. We know that in certain cases, certain organizations will not allow us to do electronic, or they have to have a check. An example would be the courts. Real estate assessors, a continued training and orientation of the new staff, and the continued reassessment process. Lastly, not lastly, but continue on the financial reporting and budgeting. There's assistance with departments in terms of inquiry and assistance with them managing that budget, which we are coming into the first quarter of the new fiscal year. Status update to council. On July 12th, 2022, in the financial report presented to the City Council in Section 3 in the Operation and Assignment, Attachment E, we included a response and a document provided as to the information regarding the request for proposal, RFP, for the risk assessment and compliance audit services. The issuance date was 6/21, and the response dates was due 7/21/22. I came back in, I believe it was in, I came back to present to you all, but I didn't present it, but it was in my report, was on August the 9th financial report that we issued, Section 3, Operation Attachment B. The statement summary regarding the responses to the city RFP risk assessment compliance audit. The city received 6 proposals in response to the issued RFP risk assessment and compliance audit, and staff is compiling, preparing a complete package for City Council to review of all 6 proposals submitted. This information will be forwarded to you, and we anticipate we will have that all prepared for you for the September 27th meeting. Section 4, if you turn over there, budget 23. Again, we don't lose track. We like for everybody to still understand that the budget cycle isn't completed, although you all have approved the budget, and we thank you, and we've loaded the budget, and staff has started using the budget. But it isn't really complete for finance until we complete the budget book, the financial plan, and get that posted up on the website so that anyone, anytime, anywhere can see how we operate as an organization from a budgetary. Where we are now, we're about 50% at the end of August, and we are on track to make sure that we have that completed and posted by September 30th. If you turn over to Section 5, which is the internal report, as you can see, that there's not anything there for August. For those of you who are familiar, I chose to use the term turnover, just like you have a turnover audit in the treasurer's operation, which I've been through myself a couple of times. I wanted to do a turnover review to make sure that there were no cross-transfer of funds. We found none. I will send out an email through the interim city manager my observation, but for the end of August, once we did the review, we didn't see anything. So that's why you don't see anything there for August. I just wanted to do a complete turnover review to the best of my ability. That concludes my report.
Thank you. I have Counselor Randolph, and then I have Counselor Pelham.
Mr. Terry, thank you for this report. I did have a question on said we're about at 165. What percentage of vendors that will be able to go onto the ACH type transaction? Does that leave us, are we 50%, 25%?
The best way I know to answer that without actually going back and sitting and going through the data.
Tell them to speak in the mic.
We have offered it to every vendor. That was a population that we had offered, but we were told that it wasn't feasible or practical.
Right.
And as of maybe 2 weeks ago, a week ago, at least in September, I'm pleased to hear that that population or that entity or those entities said, yeah, they believe it's now time for them to come on board. And so then that would cover when I'm saying that we offer it to everyone in our group, vendors, that would cover that population.
Okay. I'm not quite sure that answered what I was asking, but if you don't know the number, that's okay. But out of the 165 that you've listed, is that 50% of our vendors? Because I know you're indicating that a lot of additional vendors are going to come on board and have given the yes. But how many more is that to come on board, do you think? Out of the total population of what we have, where are we and where will we be?
I'll get the vendor number and get back to you on that, because this is just simply what we sent out. If I have 1,000 vendors,
Yes.
then I would, I'd have to say to you, we're shooting for 1,000. So I will send out to you what our vendor count is, and then from there, I don't know if there is a population now that has excluded themselves, but otherwise, I think we have 100% possibility of having that.
Well, like
file.
you said, courts can't, and we
Yeah, they
understand
can't.
that, and the
Yeah.
small mom and pops
Yeah.
may not be able to, but,
Right.
I mean, I guess I was more looking for not how many, but how long it's gonna take us to get the most or the highest percentage on, so that we know how these time savings are gonna impact your department.
Okay, well, that's a
Different question, but
That's
I
a
was
different
getting
question,
there.
but it's the one that I can answer directly.
Okay, good.
We are diligently, every time we send out a check, we are, if you want to look at it, we're marketing. We're trying to offer, and we're hoping the community as a whole will hear that's what we're offering. So, there are some other things we probably can do in terms of getting the word out, but we are making sure we're marketing each time we send someone a paper check, that the option is there if they want to. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Counselor Pelham.
Okay.
Yes, as you know, Mr. Cherry, we've been given dates before when audits were gonna be completed. Do your people, are there some type of incorporated consequences if those milestones aren't met? Or do we just keep putting them off if you don't meet them in August, then we put them off to March or whatever? I mean, when is there gonna be some completed action, basically? You sure this time in March, you're gonna do in 3 months? I know the school system, you say cash reconciliation, you don't finish until the school's finish. Last time, I think they took 6 months to 9 months to manually have to do it because they're not on the same system that we are. How are they gonna do it quicker this time for fiscal year 20 and 21? Is one question. Second question, that is, and then the CFAS, that other report that has to be done along with the audits, where are we with those? Had the fiscal year 18 been completed yet? Is 19 on its way? And will it be done with 20 and 21 all together? You can start whichever way you want to start.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, first, the accountability matrix or accountability period really resides in a couple of areas. I accept it, I'm responsible for it. However, I believe the treasurer at the last meeting in August indicated that, the current treasurer indicated that they had to start from scratch, a lot of difficulties, and then anyone know auditing, unless you have cash done, the auditor is not really interested in anything because cash is king. So that particular unit, as you know, is a constitutional. So I don't look at it as something being done. What I am now doing, and which is now working really well, and I appreciate it, is that we're having ongoing communications. My staff, myself, and the treasurer, and her Robert Half consultant are working very closely, because what we're interested in is if we're going to miss a date, we want to hear it. The joy that I have is that I can tell you that they missed it and they let me know before you knew. Whereas in the past, I didn't know why things were not happening. Also, in addition to that, with schools, it's the same thing. This time around, I've just reported that schools have completed their cash reconciliation. Now, whether or
That's
not
for
it's
19 or 20?
19,
Okay, well.
I just
there was-
read that, and I apologize if I wasn't clear. But they've completed it and submitted it to the treasurer's operation. And what they're doing between the two units, they're looking at to make sure that they agree, they don't agree. They're going through their individuals, what they need to go through. But independent of that, the treasurer has a very difficult task in tying out cash. They're close, but close doesn't work where cash is concerned. It has to be right on the dime. As-
Before you go on though, but to interject that, most of our, gigs or whatever you, concerns or observations was internal operations, not just with treasurer, also with your department as well, correct? I mean, our internal policies and procedures, have those been corrected so everyone can be on the same sheet of music so that we can get through this audit?
Yes, ma'am. So let me back up again. Apologize. When I went through the PBC schedule discussion, that was to say exactly what you are asking. Is my accounting staff, which is limited to 1 or 2, we're meeting with all departments, including the IT director. And we're going through saying, these are the things that are going to be looked at. And what that means is that we get a chance to see whether or not we got holes in those old years of 19. I do know now in 2023, there are things that we have corrected that some of them this last quarter. I can't recall many of them off my head right now, but I know we've made some changes. We've made some flow, some processes. And intent of that, we will have a list of things. So when the auditor wants to write us up, we're going to ask him. It might be found in 19, it might be found in 20, it might be found in 21 or 22. But in 23, we'd like for you to make a statement that we've corrected that. And I can think of a couple that just came to mind. For example, there was a huge discussion in the finding in 2018 about us allocating benefit costs across all funds. We have done that electronically through the system, through Munis. And 19 and 20 wasn't done, and 21 wasn't done. But we've just completed that systematic update so that the system is doing that. We did that in the fall of 22. So there'll be some things that'll be found that, in those older audits. But our goal is to go through, including my department, where we had weaknesses and we perceive things could be done better. We're taking responsibility for those years past, but we also have made some definite changes and some corrective actions to make sure that if the auditor would yield to our request, at least mention that they have done the corrective action. But he or she would have to decide whether they still want to report on the findings. On the single audit, for everybody's information, and Mrs. Pelham is asking a good question, you cannot perform the single audit, or I guess you could, but you need the annual report first to be completed.
Of course.
Okay, so we have completed 16 single audit, 17 single audit, and 18 single audit. And if you recall, the prior firm was supposed to do 16 and 17, and they left the city. And we asked Robinson, Farmer, and Cox, in addition to their 18 commitment, they went back and did 16 and 17. We got that completed. When we issued 18, they completed the 18 single audit, and the 18 single audit had no findings. We had no disallowed costs. The programs were managed quite well by schools and social services. So in the upcoming 2019, when we do the annual audit, the single audit will be included in that. And that's a part of what we're shooting for. By the way, particularly where schools is concerned, we want to make sure that we do complete their entire annual audit and their single audit, because their chief accountant is going to be out later in the year on maternity. So we want to make sure we get 19 done before December. So single audit is current as far as what the city has done thus far, but going forward, we don't have it fragmented where we have an audit firm doing the annual audit and somebody else doing the single audit. This firm that we brought on board is committed to do the whole thing all the way through. So when we're finished, we're finished.
A different company. So you're working on 19 basically now. I mean, when they gonna start working on 19? When is this company gonna start working on 19, single audit?
They're
Yeah.
they're actually working with me now through consultation so that I could be able to do the internal PBC. If you're asking when will they actually be in the field to do the field work, then that is going to be answered in terms of when we go through and I meet with all of the individuals that we're going through the PBC schedule, and they commit to when we need to have that information, preferably before the at the end of September, and where school is concerned by the middle of October. From there, I've talked to the auditor yesterday about 5 for a good hour and a half, walking through again where we were and what we're doing this week. And he's committed that once we get that done, we'll be uploading all along the way. We will be sending stuff that we're putting together real time now. It's up to his staff whether or not they look at it. But once we get everything in there, he's committed to be able to find the appropriate moment to let us know when they will be on site. This firm is a little different. They don't hang out, so I want, for those of you who are accustomed to a firm being around 30 and 40 days and that kind of stuff, that won't be the case. They will get information from us uploaded. They'll have a chance to look at it. They'll come out and do probably 5 days or 7 days straight review, go away, come back and have a draft, talk to you all, talk to us, and issue the report. So they won't be in the field. You won't be seeing them around a lot. That's the way we try to run this kind of efficient. Any questions? Any other
Yeah.
questions?
Well, I will finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Before someone texted me, the financial report wasn't online, so you plan on putting it online after the meeting for the citizens? A citizen wanted me to ask that question.
Oh,
We can file it in the minutes. We'll file it in the minutes.
Is not, I guess it wasn't online for the citizens to look at.
Okay, we'll just go ahead and file that in the minutes, and then we'll move on from there. And we have that, are we utilizing the Muni code?
We do. It's normally not uploaded until the day after the meeting.
Mhm. I'm talking about the agenda.
The agenda, yes.
Moving forward, we'll just go ahead and incorporate that if we can. But other than that, we'll just file it in the minutes for today. Yeah? Okay.
Okay, one other question, Madam Mayor, may I
Yes, ma'am.
ask? Is
Yes.
where are we with the RFP for the other audit that we requested?
Well, so he just went over it, and he's going to bring us the 6 proposals we received. He's going to bring it back to council and let us have that conversation. Yeah?
Okay, I didn't hear that, okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions? No? Thank
Well,
you.
I did have another one. but I
Yes.
forget it.
Yes, Counselor Pelham has one more question.
No, it slipped my mind, I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
All right. Now we're moving on to regular business. Mr. Anderson. Oh, excuse me, give me 1 second. Did we receive any communications from citizens for this evening?
We have 2 people signed up for tonight.
Okay. I have 2 people this evening, and who are they?
First is Rita Joyner.
Hi, Ms. Joyner. And we're gonna have, can we read the? No, you can come up. We're just gonna read the rules.
Each person addressing the council shall step to the microphone, give name and address, and limit comments to 5 minutes or less. No person shall be permitted to address council a second time until all others have been heard once, and no one shall speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to council as a body and not to any member thereof. No person other than the council and the person having the floor shall enter into any discussion either directly or through a member of the council without the permission of the mayor. No question shall be asked a council member, including administration, except through the presiding officer.
It's 5
Okay,
minutes.
sure. Okay. My name is Rita Joyner. I live at 711 Francis Street in the city. Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, honorable council members, and Dr. Manker, I just wish to speak very briefly in support of ARPA funding for several projects in Ward 1, as well as several citywide projects. I realize some of this is redundant. I attended the session last week, but I did want to reinforce the importance of these particular projects prior to your final deliberations. In Ward 1, I wanted to emphasize the importance of Shiloh Lodge. There had been, I think, a request of $250,000. I know that is subject to negotiation, but that is a transformational project, and one that I hope you'll give consideration to. Secondly, I wanted to talk about funding for parking adjacent to the Maplewood Apartments. It's actually the Bank Street lot. The Bank Street garages were demolished, and that area has been designated as parking. That is a real difficult parking situation down there. So I hope that you'll be able to give some consideration to that. I also wanted to follow up about wayfinding. Wayfinding signs, that was the Hopewell Downtown Partnership supported that and presented, actually Chris Ward presented on behalf of the partnership. The wayfinding program was mentioned in the downtown report in 2003. And it was mentioned that downtown does not sell itself because of lack of wayfinding and commercial signage. So I think it has some tremendous economic benefits. So I hope you'll give some consideration to that. Heather Line, the executive director, has done some research on what it would be to implement wayfinding in downtown. The city obviously needs it all over, but in downtown, that would be very important for the merchants down there. Parking in particular, people say there's no parking downtown. There is parking, but there's no signs to tell people where to park. So from that standpoint. And then citywide, I'd like to reemphasize the purchase of a new fire truck, funding of the Heritage Avenue culvert replacement project, the combined Davis Street, 6th Avenue, and Broadway drainage project, and finally, $1 million on road repaving. And as I said, these are redundants. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joyner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our second?
Next, we have Shy West.
Shy West. I love that name too.
What a wonderful surprise. Good evening, everyone. I am actually also a resident of Hopewell. I live at 901 Cedar Level Drive. And I am actually here on behalf of Dominion Energy. I am the external affairs representative assigned to the city of Hopewell. I also work with Prince George County as well as Charles City County. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself to you all. I had an opportunity to meet the interim city manager today, which was a delight. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I can wait until afterwards to exchange phone numbers. If there's ever an outage or a situation that you may need to contact someone, I am your point of contact. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself. Did anyone have any questions?
No, thank you, Ms. Shy.
Wonderful, thank you.
Could she give her contact to the city clerk? Just so we could have it.
Can you give your information to the Ms. Kemi? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Austin. Let's get after it.
I want to say, even with the late start tonight, I don't know if I've ever been up this early for an R item, so this is nice.
Assuming this goes quick.
I hope so. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. We're here for item R1. And Kimmy, can you show the
Yes, give me 1 second.
Okay. It should be at the very end. While she pulls that up, we're here to discuss the DOT Safe Streets and Roads for All Action Plan Grant. This is a new program introduced by the U.S. Department of Transportation, established a Safe Streets for All discretionary program, and it has $5 billion in funding over the next 5 years, $1 billion per year. It was introduced in fiscal year '22, and again, $1 billion is available nationwide to fund regional, local, and tribal initiatives for safety action plans. There are two types of grants, and you have to apply for one before you can go after the second one. The first one is the Safety Action Plan Grant, and that's what we're here tonight seeking. The Safety Action Plan is a comprehensive a plan of action to address strategies or projects that would help reduce traffic incidents in the city. The next type of grant that we could go after once we have a completed action plan grant is the implementation grant. And again, once we have the action plan grant, we can start implementing the strategies that are in the action plan grant going forward and tap into some of the $4 billion of funds that will be available over the next 4 years. We have compiled a preliminary budget estimate for our safety action plan. Again, this is a citywide action plan that's going to look at crash data over the last 4 to 5 years and come up with strategies to address them. It's a 11 task delivery schedule, which you can see in the package there. The Kimley Horn, keep going, Kimmy. The Kimley Horn proposal. The estimate that we have for this action plan grant is $246,000. It has a 20% local match of $49,200, and the grant is due Thursday at 5 p.m., Thursday, September 15th. I don't know exactly the timing of the grant, but I do think the $49,200 match could be rolled into the FY24 budget discussion next spring. I don't think we'll have to do a budget amendment for that, depending on how quickly the US DOT reviews the grant. And finally, the last page is just a match letter, commitment match letter that we would draft pending the approval tonight. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you.
Vice Mayor Parton has a question.
Well, I was just gonna make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that we authorize the city to submit a safe streets and roads for all action plan grant application.
Second.
Motion's been made. Motion's been made and seconded. Councilor Gore. Councilor Randolph.
Counselor Holloway?
Councilor Randolph. No, wait.
Oh, sorry.
Councilor Randolph has a discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard you call her name, I thought she was going before me. No? Gore?
No, she didn't have a question.
Okay.
She seconded.
Yeah, okay, thank you. My question to you is that this is matching. And so what I would ask of the city is that somebody make sure that this matching fund is not forgotten for the budget. Is there a line item that you put in to the budget so that we can see that there is a matching dollar amount coming up when we go through the budget for next year before we get to the approval?
Yeah, what I would do, since this is a multi-year action plan grant, is I would introduce it as a capital project
Right,
and let it be part of the CIP discussion in the
Okay.
spring.
we don't have a lot of CIP discussions, so that's a problem in and of itself, but we need to initiate that. But I just wave your, hand when it comes to the spring, and don't let us forget, or don't let the city manager forget.
And if this grant authorization or approval goes faster than we think,
Yes.
I'll just come back to council in the winter and ask for a budget amendment if that happens. I don't think that'll happen. These things usually take a while
Right,
to go through the process, but if that happens, we can certainly do that too.
okay. Thanks, Austin.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. The only thing, this is just more, not really a question, but more of just a request. You guys are working on this action plan grant application. if we end up getting, this grant to do it. I saw in there was a, section, I think that dealt with like sustainability, and wanted to know if we could incorporate our stormwater resiliency plan in with that, so we can try to get some more funding to knock more of those projects off the plan, and then have you replace them with the next set.
Yeah, so this is a very broad grant. I'm sure you've read the agenda package. It's really anything that reduces pedestrian or vehicular, frequency of pedestrian or vehicular accidents and increases safety. So, yeah, if there's flooding in the roadway, or if there's flooding in a drainage easement that's could potentially turn into a pedestrian or vehicular collision, that certainly could be rolled in. And I just want to bring up, one of the tasks under the action plan grant is the public engagement. And we're actually going to propose to develop a community, or personally contact community organizations and identify up to 8 representatives. So we're going to bring in a public engagement part of this too, as part of this action plan grant. So there will be public input.
Roll call?
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes,
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Can I do all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I got 8:39.
I gotta do the work.